All right, we are back for another day of live streaming. As before, as for the previous 16 days, so I'm kind of between projects, so I was an experimenter, just been streaming every day for a while. So I've been inviting super chats if people want to vote for what I should work on next. And other than that, I'm going to continue with what I've been working on the last few days, which is doing some work on the block mining simulation game. So yesterday, I implemented the ability to actually open up a frame with the help menu that comes up when you press escape. And that's interesting. Looks like there's a weird little bug there. I'll have to investigate that. Interesting. So I was working in DevOps says, "Hi, how's it going? You're the first chatter of tonight." Where are you from? Where are you from and what are you doing? So where am I from and what am I doing? That's a very general question. I'm from Canada, and I am working on building a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So it looks like this when you run it. You wander around an infinite procedurally generated universe, and you spam the M key to mine blocks. And so recently I'm just working on improving the UI a little bit. Super indeed. You, a long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while since I last live streamed. It's been at least a few hours. What are your thoughts about LinkedIn? Has it ever provided any value in the form of work for you? I find it's mostly people trying to sell their own services on there. I haven't gotten any. I haven't derived a lot of benefit. I didn't really use LinkedIn. So LinkedIn used to be like before. Modern LinkedIn is like a social network, but before Facebook made LinkedIn made the switch to be like Facebook, Facebook of the workplace. There was really no reason to go on LinkedIn, and it was kind of funny how things go. People complained about LinkedIn being Facebook stealing data and stuff like that, but back in the day, LinkedIn was the absolute worst offender for like stealing data, and like it was almost like a virus where like they had this predatory pattern where I remember like if you accidentally gave permission to your contacts list, it would automatically scrape your entire contacts list and then email every person you had ever known from like 100 years ago and be like, hey, so-and-so is like interested in you and wants to be your friend on LinkedIn, is sending you this personal invitation. That made a bunch of people angry. So I actually deleted my LinkedIn account like way back in the day. And then it was around 2019 that I started realizing like social media really seems to be like it's bigger than I thought it was. So I restarted my LinkedIn account, and so I hadn't really been building it for years. I would say nowadays, I think for like if you just have a regular workplace, it's not bad to use it because you'll get invitations from people you actually know. But I get a lot of invitations now from like random people that I don't know, and the people who invite me are mostly like, well, I shouldn't say all of them, but there's a disproportionate number of these like like serial networkers. So they'll invite me just to get 1 degree separation closer to everyone I know, so then they can like message people that I know, even though like, so that way it'll, if someone is looking at that other person, they'll be like, oh, Robert is a common friend of this person. They'll be like, oh, if I trust this person, then I can trust that person a little bit more. And so, but I don't know these people, and they just, the people have like 10,000 LinkedIn connections or something. They're trying to make a game out of it. So I get some of those. And by virtue of the fact that those people network more than most people, I get a lot more of those than other ones. I would say for the first 5 years of my business, I didn't even have LinkedIn. It was like not even on my radar. I remember like 10 years ago before LinkedIn, I got an email from my cousin requesting I follow them on LinkedIn. And actually I completely deleted my LinkedIn account, and I was still getting connections from people. I would get connections requests, people saying like, hey, so-and-so is looking at your profile. And I completely deleted my LinkedIn profile. That's how kind of predatory it was. But anyway, now, having said that, since the Microsoft acquisition and since their pivot to social networking, I do think that if you could it's a very different audience segment. So like there are some people who are chronically on LinkedIn all the time, and some of those people are like salespeople. So if you have to go where your target market and your audience is. So I do think for certain types of networking and marketing, and if you're like a industrial manufacturing salesperson or something, LinkedIn is probably extremely valuable for you. And LinkedIn would probably, or like YouTube would probably not be effective at all, because it's just a totally different audience. And there probably is some overlap, but I'd imagine for a certain audience segment, your customers probably on LinkedIn like all the time. But I never got any business of it, because it was only around 2019 was when I got back on LinkedIn, and that was around the time when it became clear to me that my existing business model wasn't working. So that's when I started ramping up social media a bit. But I did kind of try a little bit, but connected with a bunch of people and stuff. But no business ever came out of LinkedIn for me. Bodhi Sin says, hello, how's it going? Got my first software contract lined up from a gas infrastructure company startup. People seem legit, offered some equity and cash in phases. What are things to look out for as red flags? I would say offering equity is a red flag. Got my first software contract lined up as a gas infrastructure company. I would say, I guess depending on how big the contract and what the work is, equity is, if the company's valuable, they would probably be very sparing with giving equity. Equity is also like if it's just a small time contract, that's also kind of unusual, because you wouldn't just give. Normally, you wouldn't give out equity unless you're really desperate, because there's also there's legal implications to equity, because you got to make sure that they don't have. If you sell the company or something like that, then there's extra filing requirements and stuff, and you got to keep track of the cap table and stuff. And but a kind of defensive strategy would be just mentally assume that the equity is worth nothing. And if it's a small company, the question would be how do you liquidate the equity if you ever so desire. A safe bet would be to evaluate the value of equity at 0, just in case. We're a family here, lack of transparency, but salary benefits. Yeah, so first software contract. If your equity results in lesser salary, yeah, I guess so. You said contract in brackets. So I have a video specifically about this topic, but a lot of companies will kind of misuse the term like a contractor, independent contractor, to kind of that's a pretty typical thing. But if you I think it's called if you search my channel for the difference between difference contractor employee, or contractors versus employees know the difference. I think that's the title. That video goes a lot more into the nitty gritty of what I'm talking about, and some kind of pitfalls to watch out for there. But being hired as a contractor, which is supposed to be an independent thing. That's kind of, and being treated as employee is just kind of typical. If your equity results in lesser salary, that's definitely sus. Keep in mind, 90% of startups fail. Yeah, there's also you can also do, like depending on the terms that come with the equity, so all kinds of strategies where, like if you hire a lawyer to say like, hey, we gave it all this equity, can you help us like dilute their equity down to nothing? They can issue like different classes of shares and stuff, and they can they can just issue more shares to certain people. So then, like you could start off you can create like 100 shares. You could start a company, give everyone in the company 100 shares, and then you could raise a new round of investment, or even just issue shares for fun or something, and then issue like 10 billion shares and give those shares to a certain number of people, and now your equity is diluted. And there's a whole bunch of rules for that and stuff, which I'm not super familiar with. But the long story short of it is, unless you if you're placing a lot of emphasis on it, if you really care about the equity, ideally you'd have a lawyer look at the contract that specifically spells out what the terms are on the equity. And sometimes also the equities comes with like contracts and stuff, so there's like golden handcuffs where you only get the equity under certain conditions. So if you leave early, then you don't get the equity, and then like right before the equity, they'll be like, that guy's he's about to reach his equity cliff, so we better like treat him like crap and like make him work 40 hours a day because he's, we got to get our worth out of him, or make him leave. Pumpkin Dude says, Linux user. Yes, indeed. What distro? I just use Ubuntu. It's the easiest. Less configuration, and I just use Ubuntu unless I have a reason not to. Thanks for listening while filling out spreadsheets. Fun times. Published my very first tabletop role-playing game today. Very relieving, but also a bit nerve-wracking to push out a project like that. Yeah, every time you put out a new project, a new thing you've been working on for a while, it's like an exciting, but also I don't know. After I complete a big project, it's almost like you almost feel a vacuum of like not what to work on next. I'm not sure. Do you have you said you published it. Do you have a do you have an existing audience for it? Because depending on where you publish it and how many people you have interested who are lined up, it can be potentially anticlimactic. Right now it's #1 most popular. I hope it lasts for a bit. Is it on Kickstarter? Given the world includes my mother, is it true to say that you are seeking funding to dominate my mother? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question. You're setting me up for something there. All right, let's make this thing not crash when you try to open the help menu twice. Might be a silly question. What are you working on? I'm working on a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So once it compiles and launches, yeah. So it's a game you play in the Linux terminal. You wander around and you spam the M key to mine blocks. And the blocks will show up down here in your inventory, and you can press the C key to make a pickaxe, which mines out to a larger radius, and it's consumable. And right now, that's the entire game loop. You can go down to other levels. And that's basically all that's implemented. Right now, I'm working on making the user interface better. So I'm working on like a framing system, so I can open a frame on the side here. Looks like I've got some kind of weird UI bug. Oh, that's what that is. That's the enter key. I forgot that that's why it's messing up the side. UI stuff? Yes. User interface. There should be demons and lava stuff. You can go down enough. Yep, there'll be all time for that once there's some fundamental systems that need to be supported in the game a bit better. Any plans to port this game to any obsolete old systems? Maybe I'll work on getting it more interesting and better first. Let's see. So I can fix that bug in the help menu. if I were to do a terminal-based game, I would do those 90s flight sims. Yeah, that'd be kind of neat, but I have my own vision for, I guess something where you can like move around and navigate in a world. I know there's like older terminal-based like what do you call them, Gmods or something, but you have to like basically read about where you are, and I want something more that actually just like shows you and tries to like represent some rudimentary graphics. And then the other thing is once there's the systems and the networking and stuff like that, if I want to swap out the actual user interface, that's quite a lot easier at that point, because it's just like a matrix of blocks. Do you play any video games at the moment? No, I don't try not to play any video games at the moment because I get addicted to playing video games. The last game I played was Minecraft, probably like, I don't know, a year or two ago. Let me think. Poggers in the chat. What does that phrase mean? Poggers means like you're excited or interested or something, doesn't it? So I guess it's like rallying the chat to be excited about something, I think. I'm not up to speed on this lingo. I'm excited. That's what it means. It's a reference to a Twitch emote. Okay. There's Twitch lingo. It's getting it's more and more work to figure out how to communicate. There's too many words. And it's not, it used to just be like young people and old people, but now it's like every different, like online spaces have it. And like men versus women have their own echo chambers, and the Twitch emote was PogChamp and was removed for political reasons. Okay. That's funny. So it doesn't exist anymore, but people still use the phrase. Would you ever be interested in a big tech role, in a managerial position, if you have given the offer? Principal engineer? You might have explained this in a video, but your career path, just wondering. I don't know, probably not. In some ways, I'm probably like almost not qualified. Yeah, I think like if I'd actually like, spent a bit more time in a big company, and had more, I don't know, I guess like for like a standard corporate environment, I'd probably need more experience with just that. I don't know. I feel like my existing entrepreneurial path has led me further and further astray from the standard corporate 9 to 5, and I think I either have or will soon be approaching the point of no return. That I don't think that whole system. I mean, it's too many. Also, things are becoming like way more political. Like, that wasn't even something. That wasn't even something I mentioned in my the office politics stuff. Wasn't something I really mentioned in the last video. Like office politics, like the politics of the real world that's leaking into corporate companies. Personally, I actually never had really big issues with that back in the day. I mean, there were some like, corporate HR courses on like, teaching you how to not harass people and stuff, and they're just kind of like, okay, just click the obviously right ones. But I would imagine today the kind of like corporate HR nonsense and like sensitivity training and stuff like that's probably gotten like really, really crazy. I can't confirm that personally because I haven't been. It was kind of after 2013 was when we worked at Amazon last. So that was basically before. It was around 2015, I think. The kind of I don't know, social justice, politics, and trigger warnings and stuff that started to really pick up a lot. Only then, and I don't know if you guys have had any experiences with that. Is that stuff also insufferable in the workplace now? Maybe it's changing. All right, that fixed the issue with the carriage return. Hello, I'm also interested in world domination. You can join the club then. You can subscribe and tune in for some development of the block mining simulation game. You can check out my latest YouTube video where I describe some of my initial plans for world domination. Sort of an old school term now, believe it or not. It's a way of also signifying that I'm out of touch. Okay. I'm out of touch about your out of touchness. PogChamp guy was vaccine paranoid. That's the crux of why he got deplatformed, given his other propensity. It's super iconic. His emote got replaced by a literal lizard, a crocodile. Out of touch or out of time? Maybe both. So what was PogChamp was an emote. So how can an emote be vaccine paranoid? Is that was that something that was people used PogChamp to mean like something to do with vaccine paranoid at the time. That almost sounds like you're trolling me or something. Interesting. Oh, it was a real person whose face was used for the emote. I'm at a crossroad. I have a corpo job, but there's a thing of just doing my own thing. I know it hasn't gone well for some. So you're at a crossroad to figure out whether to do your own thing or stay in corpo. I guess the first thing to consider is, like, do you have dependents? Is there other people depending on your paycheck? If nobody depends on you, then you can take much greater risks, and the only person who will suffer the consequences is you. So that frees you up a bit. Whether you should or not depends on, I think, a lot of factors. How much of a nest egg you have. Like, if you get no more income, how long can you survive? If you want to do your own thing, the question is, like, do you have, like, a sensible plan to get money and produce income and stuff? It was iconic pre-COVID, before my time. I was only there for we need to replace this emote with something else. Okay. That's funny. How do you pay your bills? Right now, YouTube is basically you don't work and you have an N13. So right now, the YouTube has been paying the bills. Yes, there's an N13 application. So I worked on some evidence this week, and our tenant hearing is they've combined all the cases in the building together. So we're going to present evidence and then argue the case on the May 26th. Kevin Coolin says, "What's up? How's it going? Perhaps in KWC are on average 2K a month. Need 60K, probably 60K a year to live here, bare min. If you're frugal, you can survive. I mean, I'm not saying I'm saving a ton. I mean, the question is, who knows what will happen long term? I don't know if we'll see. The area has been changing a lot. It kind of feels like things are on the cusp of, like, recovering from something, recovering from COVID, recovering from tariffs and stuff. Rent has been coming down a little bit. But at least I'm still on the rent controlled rate, so KWC sucks, honestly. Looking at moving away. Are you also in the KWC area? Yeah, it is. A lot of the reasons that I came to live here don't exist here anymore. I came here because it was like a tech scene. There are a couple of people that I know around here, but $800K for a small detached home. Yeah, and there's also there's crazy people who wander around and yell at you and stuff. Like, it's not, don't get that every day, but it's not exactly lives here for many years, work in tech. Yeah, I'm also kind of like at a loss too, because the question is like, where would I go? And of course, when I say like, where would I move? There's always people like, oh man, move to Dubai, move to Russia, move to Mexico. But like the only family I have is here in Canada. And for like longer, putting down, I'd like to try to put, try and work on putting down roots, building my physical network somewhere. We'll see how the summer goes. Safe injection sites, yep. OS, question mark. I'm using Ubuntu right now. Safe injection sites caused downtime to KWC to a complete ship. Yeah, there's there are many things causing things to go downhill. Let's see, what was I doing? That is strange. What are your PC specs? So I have the streaming computer, which is over there, is a computer from 2015 or so, 2015 or 16. This is a even older kind of junk spare PC, so it's like got a I don't know, it's at least 10 years old. Super slow. You made this app? Yes, this is my terminal-based block mining simulation game that I'm working on. IDK man, tech still okay in KWC. I recommend you get back on the horse. Won't take long to get six figures. I'm never going back to the corporate grind. I'm going to continue the entrepreneurial path. That ship has sailed for me. I mean, this is also the worst possible time to try and get back into tech. Mike 0BE1 says LIS. Not to get political, but not a fan of globalism, of economies in general. Maybe a naive interpretation, but we would be a leading cause of pressure on the vulnerable people in society. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some policy decisions that the government has made that it made things a lot harder in the last few years. Those places sound scary. If I had to leave Canada for some hypothetical reason, I would go to South Korea or Japan as my second choice. Yeah, I mean, those are like, they're very developed economies, but also it's like, I think it's also kind of, like they have, there's way more older people there. Like I think if you didn't grow up there, like I think even if you're a young person there, it's difficult to like meet people and network and stuff just because of societal changes. And I think if you go there as an outsider, it's probably even worse. Like I can't imagine like going to Japan and trying to like start friendships and stuff. I mean, I've actually seen like I get recommended videos about that sometimes, and people say it's like, as a foreigner, it's one of the most difficult countries to go to and like try and fit in with the locals. Well, maybe not the most difficult, but just a lot of aspects of Japanese culture. I mean, it's like kind of difficult to just mingle with random people. G Kausho says, why? You made this app, and why? I wanted to. Have you worked on any projects with a distributed file system? I have worked on like some distributed systems, but not distributed file systems. I personally use ZFS, so I don't know anything about ZFS internals, but I've used ZFS, and I'm a fan of it. Can you go over the code? Probably not right now. If you want to check out the code, the link is on GitHub. It's in the description. That's weird. All right, I'll come back to that. Do you think the tech market is picking up anytime soon? That's a good question. I think what has happened is there's kind of like a double effect where we're going into recession. So like they're getting rid of, trying to lay off people, but companies overhired during the pandemic. And I think like a lot of companies don't want to just, fire all their staff. So what I think they did is they just, instead of like doing mass layoffs, a lot of them opted to do a more graceful decrease in headcount. So they just said like, we're going to do like, as people leave naturally, instead of doing mass layoffs, we'll just completely freeze hiring. And then once the natural attrition of the workforce gets down to a level, we'll start hiring again. So once that effect has fully sunk in, because eventually, company, people move, people get new jobs, people get fired for random reasons, people going on, maternity leave and stuff. So eventually that effect will like get down to its baseline. Pandemic was 4 years ago or I guess it ended 3 years ago or so. So it's probably like, maybe that effect is hopefully starting to has run its pace. It guess depends on, there's probably stats on this out there that you can look up to maybe try and guess how things are. But and then of course the tariff uncertainty and stuff has that's going to tank the economy. So if we can get some certainty on tariffs, like if that tariff chaos goes away, then suddenly companies become more confident, people spend more money, companies will hire. Did you try AI coding assignments recently due to Cloud CLI? As a dev, what do you think about them? So people keep asking me about AI tools. So I promised yesterday I would do like just a bit of, I did, probably like 30 minutes of just researching them. So one of the AI tools I was thinking about was, I guess Cloud has this AI assistant, and so I looked into this, and then I installed the plugin, and then I found I have to sign up for an account, and I was like, geez, I don't want to sign up for that, and then you have to pay for it. And so I watched some YouTube videos to look into it, and what I saw in the YouTube video was, it looked so disappointing that I probably will never try this, because I think you have to pay for it. I don't know if this was a free 7-day trial. But then you probably have to put your credit card in and stuff and sign up for it. And so I didn't try this. And then I tried the other one, which was, what is Microsoft's one? It's the one that would be in like VS Code. Copilot. Yeah, Copilot. So I was going to try Copilot today on GitHub. So I was going to just ask it questions about my repo and how to implement stuff. And so I tried to like enable it or turn it on or whatever for my account. And I got some kind of internal server error. And it said, you're not eligible for it. And then but then the icon appeared. So I clicked on it to go into like try and use Copilot in like assertive mode or investigative mode or whatever it was. And when I click on it, it asks me to pay money for it. So I can't seem to get access to the free trial. But it shows up with a little like broken looking window. And when I try to interact with it, so it looks like there's a UI for using it. And when I try to interact with the window, it prints a bunch of errors in the JavaScript console, and it comes up with like null, undefined, and a bunch of bugs. So that was my first impression of trying to use Copilot. So I did not successfully actually try Copilot today, but I will try again in the future to successfully use one of these AI tools. In the past, I have used ChatGPT with code. I just, when the whole large language model craze was first happening, I thought, this is pretty interesting. And from my experiences with that, it solves common problems very easy. But as soon as you want to, like most people don't want to write the 10,000th implementation of merge sort or like some common sorting algorithm or, binary search or something. Or solving whiteboard problems. You want to do something new. And I find as soon as you go out of the sample, that is when it fails and it's not good enough. And like a lot of it is, I find some of the answers would be like extremely useful if you have no idea, like if you're a programmer, or if you're a beginner, you don't know what you're doing. But if you know like kind of how to solve the problem, you're solving something more advanced, you want something a bit more more in depth, it's difficult to I haven't tried, but once I actually get one of these things working, I'll maybe try it with some of the more advanced bugs that I get that I can't figure out. But I'm sure the stuff it'll be like, hey, did you try this very basic thing? And it just won't be super helpful. Everyone says the same thing. Robert, I can't seem to be able to use the free version. I can't seem to be able to remove this completely from my Windows 11 machine. Yeah, it's people keep asking me about the AI tool, so I do think there's something there, so I have to make sure I'm not missing out, but good for boilerplate. Yeah, I think the key to how it being useful is it has to integrate well with your existing project, and if it's not there, if it's not if it doesn't find, if it can't be aware of your code base, and I also want to take a bit of time first to read the license of these things, because I don't really I don't know what kind of license it's going to have on the code it generates and stuff. Use Cursor or Windsurf. It's an AI-based application that gets more context of your code base. Yeah, I'll maybe I make a note of those. I have so many conversations during stream, I forget half of them. I'm also kind of there's so many different AI tools, and there's some people come into chat and they're super pushy about hey, try out this new AI chatbot tool, and they really want me to try it. Makes me wonder if there's not some venture capital money flowing into just trying to spam everyone to get people on board onto these things. Do you have a sick home lab? Not quite. I have another server machine that I bought that was kind of decently fast at the time, but it's getting older. I have some videos on my channel about ZFS. Let's see. What was the title of them? It was called, if you just search my channel for ZFS file system, whatever the most viewed channel on my most viewed video on my channel that's about ZFS, that talks a bit about my storage solution. Does Control I not clear console in Ubuntu? Maybe it does. Control L. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think someone showed me that before, and then I forgot to use it. Just host UWN 2.5 coder at home. You don't need to use these external services. You just need to use an LLM execution engine that serves up an API like Olama. Yeah, there's so much development in this space. I don't keep up to date with this stuff at all. I kind of just being lazy, and I'm gonna wait until it settles down on some kind of nice, fast, easy to run, standardized thing, and then I can kind of make up my mind a bit more. Cut out the shills by hosting locally. Yeah, that'll be the eventual idea. I can teach you the art of spin jitsu. Excellent. All right. Gemma 3 looks good. Can run one local rig. Interesting. I'm not even familiar with that. Honestly, I'm more interested and excited in the AI art generation stuff. That stuff is well, I guess the coding stuff the coding AI stuff I've seen so far hasn't been that impressive, but I do think if it can get a little bit better, and I think there could even be like some undiscovered strategies for AI coding that would work really well. Stuff where like the cost of guessing is low, so like maybe even like if you can find a way of generating mass amounts of unit tests that are very good unit tests, then you could almost just like have an AI grind away and like randomly permute the code until it passes all the unit tests, and they tell it to like, delete one line, suggest one line of code in this code base that can be deleted without changing it, and then just find that line, delete it, and then just keep doing that like 1 million times. I say just spend stream setting up Llama and pick a model that fits your system spec. It's very easy. Oh yeah, that's the other thing is like this computer is super slow. Like it to open IntelliJ with like no project, it takes like 30 seconds. Llama basically holds your hand. Interesting. I'll make a Do you need like a video card for it? I don't even think this probably just has like integrated graphics on it. 5.4, for example, is really small. The problem with getting AI to do that is you stop understanding your own code. Yeah, I think that's a concern if I actually ended up relying on it, but I haven't really gotten to the point of actually using it that much. Some models require video cards. Yeah, the ideal thing would be to get Llama lets you run entirely on CPU if that's all you have. Yeah, I'll look it up. I don't know. Then again, it's like I already have so many other things I'm trying to do. Like even if I get it working, unless it like radically makes me more impressive, like rapidly increases my efficiency, then it's kind of not worth it. I might just end up screwing around with it to get it set up for a long time and then not get any benefit. It'll try to maximize GPU use if you have it, otherwise it'll split the load. I ran a variant of DeepSeek locally, but the distilled model wasn't so good. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I think like if I was going to use this, like if I was going to use AI of some kind, it would probably almost make sense to pay for like, the $50 a month for like whatever the maximum quality thing is. Because if I'm going to ask it to write me code, like if I get back one piece of code that has a bug in it, that's going to waste more than $50 worth of time. So yeah, I guess, I mean, if it was useful at all, it would be useful for paying probably quite a bit for it. But the question is it at that threshold right now? Because the stuff I saw, like when I looked up whatever that the IntelliJ AI assistant, someone was just like telling it like, hey, summarize the code in this file, and then it was summarizing code from the wrong file, and it was just giving like general stuff that, it's like when you ask a student to summarize what the piece of code does, and they just like read the function names, but they have no idea what they're talking about. What was the moment when you decided world domination was necessary? I guess it's just been kind of a like slow realization that someone's gonna fix all the problems that we got in the world. And I mean, if you look at the news, you're like, hey, maybe this society is cooked. Maybe we should just could just stop stressing out and just like go in the woods and build your own society. You don't even have to care about this news. It's like a domestic conflict in another country. In your own country, everything is perfect. I only use AI models for relatively simple function implementations. They'll be tedious to write, but easy to describe. Yeah, I guess that I could see a case for that. Stuff like enumerate the distinct members of some set or something like that. Yeah, I'll get there eventually. I only have so much time to screw around with these things. Okay. Let me think. The next thing I wanted to do so the next thing I wanted to do was make it so basically I can open and close arbitrary frames to fully take advantage of the frame-based model. So what this is doing now, so we're creating our new thread state. Or to complement sort of a dictionary or something crazy. Data permutation algorithms are the best use case I've seen. Yeah, I'll have to put it on the to-do list to mess around with a bit if I can figure out how to get Copilot working or something. That's the other thing too, is like most of my coding is done in Vim. I don't know. I'm sure there's like a plugin somewhere, but then I got to like screw around with the plugin and getting all this stuff hooked up together is a lot of work. I also tried. I also installed and just like barely ran NeoVim, and so far I see the resemblance to Vim, but I guess then, in order to make it actually useful, I'll have to get it working with a language server, which I don't know. I've not done that yet, and it's another thing I gotta research, gotta find out where to get a Java language server plugin connection saying I Googled it a bit, and someone's like, oh, you gotta take these 3 random scripts or something, and just makes my head spin. I usually use VI for everything, but I did end up buying CLION some for a while because I liked it so much for C++ project I was working on. But then I dumped Clion just for Z. VI is king. Yeah, I kind of want to. My natural tendency is to stick to old habits. But then again, the AI thing is, I think it's too big to ignore. And it's going to just keep getting better and more crazy. So I gotta like find a way to tap into that, or at least be able to speak to it. But then again, there's just so many like noobs out there that are just like, oh man, try this AI chatbot. It's the best. It's like, you have to be using this. You're a noob if you don't use it. And it feels like when I was like years ago, people would always recommend to like, oh, you don't know this JavaScript framework? Wow, like you're out of touch. And then I'd be like, oh, I got to learn about this stupid Ember.js or something, or Angular, and now nobody uses that. Emotions are just perfect. First thing I install. Yeah, I also like the fact that like I never use plugins with Vim, so it works. It immediately works everywhere. Like even if I don't have Vim installed, usually VI is installed, which is pretty crippled, but AI is only 70 years old. Uptrain just getting warmed up. Yeah, but like, regardless of how much it's hyped, like it is hyped up, but what we've seen so far is pretty impressive. I think this time it's different because you won't be locked into a platform by using a chatbot for efficiency reasons. Yeah, actually, honestly, what I'm kind of thinking I might settle on is like, let me go ahead and open up the browser to illustrate what I mean. I think I may end up settling on like, so technically I've already been using AI to code. Like when I Google stuff now, when I Google programming questions, I find that Google is actually just showing like it's using AI. So I'm going to ask a question here now about I guess I can't remember. It's probably like class that, new instance. Okay, yeah, AI overview. So like this is basically what I want, and it, it's AI written code and stuff. Yeah, there we go. This is exactly what I was looking for. Now this doesn't know about my code, so really I think there's actually several like distinct use cases. Because what I'm looking for here is kind of like a distilled summary of what you would find on Stack Overflow. Okay, excellent. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Actually, I'll just let it throw the exception. So the class is already there. Now, one thing I would like to figure out is how to get it so I just changed some code. One of the reasons I got this ID going, so I can like just go in here and look at problems. But let's compile that. I need to figure out how to get it to, like, I don't know, automatically compile in the background and find errors. I think if you're a new grad or junior engineer, reliance on AI does you a lot of disservice for your own development. But if you're a senior, it's like having an army of free cheap juniors to take on tasks too. Which is why I don't really hire new grads anymore. Yeah, it's I don't know. I could see it. I could see it being very useful for people just getting started, or for like any kind of research. Like when I don't know what to look for, just asking the AI, and like some of the overviews it gives you. Like they're pretty good, like milk toast. Like kind of general and not wrong overviews of stuff. I can see those be very useful to junior people. But like you say, if you start to rely on them, like if you can't switch them off and just figure it out on your own, then you're gonna have a hard time. I asked ChatGPT to make Solana volume bot. I took a load of Shrine, but eventually it spit out a fully working TypeScript program that did exactly what I asked. Looking at more advanced trading now. Self-teaching everything, no university background. This is such a good tool for non-programmer. It's teaching me as we're building, like a full-time teacher. Yeah, if you if you have the time to go back and forth with the prompts, and I could actually see it, AI getting if the integration can just be better. Like one aspect that I would see is like every single window here, like the problems window, the terminal window, the run window, like the build log, all of the options and stuff, like if that all was just vacuumed, if that was just piped directly into an AI, and the AI was like constantly monitoring what I'm doing, and it could give be like the clippy thing that says like, hey, you might have this setting wrong in your project, maybe that's why your project's not compiling. Because right now you have to you can take an error message, put it in the AI, and then it's up to you to kind of find the file, find this other stuff. But if it could just know this, I could see it getting pretty crazy. Kind of just like these suggestions that chat gives me when chat's like, hey, why don't you do this? And I'm like, I never knew I could do that. These streams got me into ASCII Dwarf Fortress, and now I'm addicted. Oh, did they? Nice. I've never played Dwarf Fortress, but some people have mentioned my game bears a resemblance, which is kind of one of the reasons that I figured maybe there's a market for this. Okay. Now this is just an import, I think. Import class. One time I took a huge obfuscated JavaScript file and asked it to convert to Python and deobfuscate. Worked great. Yeah, I've heard that deobfuscation is a thing it does very well. Yeah, even I have if you look up my Myers diff algorithm post, that's pretty like obfuscated. And I took it was just basically the obfuscated code, put it into ChatGPT. It was like, what does this code do? And it explained it perfectly. But then I started asking it stuff about the algorithm, and there was like the concept of there was a fundamental concept in it that it was getting confused. And it kept saying it was like two different concepts, and then it would say like, actually, no, these are the same concept. And I kept correcting it. It would just go in circles forever. As long as your game is fun, there will be a market. Yeah, it's there's a market for a lot of things, but the marketing and the sales is a difficult problem to solve. There's lots of products out there that products that are good out there that don't see the light of day because people don't find out about them. You need to get much better at remembering what's going on. The hallucinations are crazy, but you need to learn how to work with the tool efficiently. It cannot do everything with a simple prompt. It hallucinates. Let's see. All right, so that is now generic. So the general thing I want to do eventually is just pass in a class of like the thing that I want to open. And I won't even need this check, it'll just open it. Chatbot was stuck in deobfuscation mindset. You'll need to ask it to ignore the previous context or instruction. Yeah, when I first started messing with them, I didn't quite realize how much the previous conversation would kind of color the entire session. How do you control the license of the game? Do you plug in a license code, or do you just hope people don't share? That's because I'm currently developing a CLI app. So have you read the current license? So as I mentioned in the license, so you have to pay at least $1 to legally be allowed to use the game. Now the enforcement of that is I guess there's really kind of two cases you could consider. There's like the consumers and businesses, and so I think anyone who's a business or going to do significant commercial activity who would maybe like profit from the code, that person is going to respect the license, like for the most part. Because if like Microsoft decides to steal some code that says like this software is proprietary and you have to use it, then they're not going to get very far on that. But for consumers, most consumers are not going to like steal the code and make a ton of money off it. And if someone uses it past the the 30-day trial period, then it's not it won't be a huge loss. I usually do it by spamming a bunch of equal signs and other important paragraph header symbols to make weight a certain instruction as important. Yeah, I've heard that I've seen like some analyses of people talking about like how to prompt these large language models, and like if you just ask a question, you'll get one response. But if you basically prime it to say something like, as a world-renowned expert in this field who has 10 PhDs, answer the question, as a person with an IQ of 200, answer this question, and that actually works. Like it improves the accuracy or the outcome, which is like seems silly, but it does make sense because it's reading every literature out there, and instead of giving like the kind of like average sum of responses, it filters for that subset of things where the person involved had a high IQ, or the documents that talk about IQ, but of course it can be kind of curve fitted. So it may not always work, because if you say like, answer this question as someone who has an IQ of 400, there's not a lot of people who have an IQ of 400, so you're going to get some response, but it's going to be like it could be like from a science fiction novel. It could be a science fiction novel about a person who has an IQ of 400 that was written by a person who has an IQ of 80. I'm aware of the license, however, it must be enforced in order to be maintained. My intention is not to play devil's advocate. I was just curious. I have a license, but not DL'd yet. Yeah, I mean, enforcement is like I said, I would say there's two important segments to the enforcement. There's like this segment of enforcement that I care most about is for businesses, because I don't want there's a lot of people who do software open source projects, and then like Amazon or something will come along and say like, hey, this is a good business model, and they'll just like steal the code, but it's like open source, so you can't do anything, and then they'll just take the open source project, turn it into a product, make a ton of money off it, off the backs of someone who did it for free, and they're like, hey, you can't do that. That's not in the spirit of open source. But that's like when you put it, the license that says that, you should not be surprised when someone takes something you've made for free and licensed it, and then they make money off it. Now a business, any sensible, like any business that follows the law, which is any business that fears getting sued, is going to just self-enforce the license. When they see that this is proprietary, they're not going to, think about just taking that open source thing or the source available thing and using it. So I guess it also depends on. You said you're working on. Let's see, you're working on CLI app. Yeah, I guess depends on what it is. Like if it's something you really think people can, steal your hard work by having it available, then you might want to consider something else. But I mean, it's there's a cost benefit analysis between like marketing. Like I think it doesn't necessarily make sense for me to say like it's putting it under MIT or something like that. But I think that I still win on the marketing if there's like a 30-day trial on it. And then also there's the possibility I couldn't keep like I could maybe, like if this actually anyone starts to use it, then I could release an old version from like a year ago I could make it public domain or something, the old version from like a year ago, but I can't go in the opposite direction. So if I make it totally open source and then it like picks up and I'm like, oh wow, this could make a lot of money, then I can't say, actually, just kidding, that thing I released is public domain, it's all mine. You can't use it unless you pay me. But yeah, I think as it is, I think the marketing benefit of that license is meaningful. And it's a pretty small asking for $1. So there's probably some people who would read that and be like, that seems like a pretty reasonable license. Here you go. I'll sign up for the 99-cent tier. There's some licenses that are non-commercial with an asterisk. Depend on nonprofit percentage, donation to a certain org. Maintains the software, which can get. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that sounds like it can get complicated. I think like if you want to succeed in business and price models, like just make it simple. Don't make people read a book. Best tools are the free tools with license for commercial use, because they are the ones I know about. Hard to enforce, but some people will pay a license. Maybe some advanced features need a paid version. Yeah, I think if the consumer of it is a business, I think there's a much greater likelihood that they will self-enforce. And realistically, like, especially if you're charging a lot of money, businesses are the ones you want actually complying with your licenses. Because like if some 16-year-old kid steals your stuff, that's I don't think the thing to worry about. As long as they're not like starting their own business with it and making money. Maybe a per machine license or similar. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're an employee, like you don't want to be the employee that's responsible for getting the company sued. So if you just say like, hey, can we pay, like I'm just gonna put this thing on the company card, it's $50, $250, like whatever. It doesn't matter. You just pay whatever they ask for. I paid for tools I use commercially. Great cheap tools for work. Yeah, if it's part of a business endeavor, then paying less than $100 on something is not a small peanuts. Whereas for consumers, it's difficult to extract even a couple dollars from a consumer. PyCharm isn't that great anymore. It has a lot of bugs. Some are longer than 10 years old. PyCharm, I'm not even sure if I've used that before. What exactly is that again? JetBrains for editor for Python? Oh, okay. And will this compile? Should I even do this? Because the constructor might be different for different thread states. That makes sense. Kind of expected that. Maybe I don't even need that. So the next thing I need to think about is I want to find a way. Basically, I want to split this up so this stuff is like in one message, and this is like a separate operation. And I've just basically think about like a generic way for instructing the console writer thread to actually add a split, so a horizontal or a vertical split. But then there's also this extra step of adding the leaf node, which to do that is like a general operation. I'm not sure. It's just a bit of an architectural decision. See if that demo still works. So this is the other general view. So the general code for this, like having arbitrary frames at arbitrary places, that already works. And that's kind of the thing but it's not like arbitrary. So the eventual goal will be, I press escape, I get a menu, and I can like tell it to open an arbitrary frame. So I can like open an empty frame in like as many places as I want, or I can have like 2 map frames or inventories or equipment views or whatever kind of thing I want to add. Interesting. That only happens on this one. That must mean it's related to the map area. Maybe I could make it a blocking work item. And then I could open a frame, take the ID from the frame, and then send that in the subsequent message. just reviewing how I did blocking work items. So the whole idea with this, every thread in the application just reads messages from a queue, and some of the messages I made them so they're blocking messages, so they can become, basically you can block the calling thread and wait for it to return. We got a new channel member. Welcome to the student tier. To Yoshikage Kira. Thank you very much. Yeah, so for the text width measurement request, that requires blocking, because when I get one of those requests, so I get one of them and then I add it to the pending queue, and then when the next time this spins around, takes a measurement request and I just prints out the character and does all this stuff, and then it waits and potentially unbounded amount of time, because you actually have to anchor the character, wait for the terminal to get the response, and then eventually when that response comes back, it processes it and then unblocks the thread with the response. So that way from the calling thread, you get like blocking behavior. I've been using your videos to explain new Linux users on how to use Linux commands. That's good. Yeah, honestly, I need more of the Linux command videos, but I was looking at my revenue today. The shorts videos are making about $1 a day. So they're like, and there was an incredible amount of work in those shorts videos, but they're making only $1 a day. But then it's kind of interesting how the revenue breaks down. But the streaming's been bringing in reasonable amount through super chats for the last. It was a bit more when I first started, and then my how to make a CPU video, that video is still going strong. That's where a lot of the revenue is coming from, and then a couple of my longer form videos are bringing in money too. But I think it's all connected, and then people come in on some of the shorts don't bring in money, but I think they did bring in users. So yeah, this is the part where I don't code a lot, and I stare at the screen, I think. I don't want to write a bunch of stuff and then have to completely change it later. I think the thread ID thing is probably a really good idea. what are you doing? I am attempting to implement a way of returning the ID of a frame after I request from another thread to open a frame. That's what I'm doing in programming terms in at this specific moment. In general, I'm working on a terminal-based block mining simulation game that looks like this, which is a game where you wander around the Linux terminal and you spam the M key to mine blocks. Oh, that's right here. That's good. That means I don't have to implement this. Let me think. functioning. This has that weird map area bug. Huh. All right. We are all just rust in the wind. Is that a reference to the Rust programming language? Or is that a more philosophical reference? Crash? What happened? Oh, it did. Attempting to block here will cause a deadlock. Oh, yeah. I think that's actually not quite true. I need to update my check. All right, looks like that causes a deadlock. How do I get a job in IT? That's a good question. The right answer depends on a lot of factors. What country you're in, how old you are, what your background is. It's competitive right now. At least that's what I hear. I haven't been actively looking for a job in many years, but I hear from a lot of people that it's one of the worst job markets now for IT that it's been in years. US 30 with an IT degree. IT is in management. Okay. So I think if you're just a straight up software programmer, things are more difficult. But if your experience is in managing people, then that's something I don't really know much about how to advise on that. Are you interested in is your interest to go more to the technical side or more towards the business development, management, or salesy side? I made a multi-threaded bot using Python. After 3 years of running, one day it just deadlocked. I don't know how. Multi-threading is a mystery. Yeah, it can be. Sometimes you're just one race condition away from things completely breaking. More like biz dev and product management. That still requires some tech skills. You said you have an IT degree. I assume that means you do have some IT skills. I think probably now getting a job. I honestly I have no idea, but I think probably someone with demonstrated management, someone with demonstrated skills in IT, specifically in the non-technical roles. Because I think there's an oversupply in the technical roles. I know with the recession and stuff like that, probably companies are more constrained, so maybe they're stuff that more to do with the product management side would probably be more in demand. But I guess to answer your original question, how do I get a job in IT? I guess there's the standard ways like spamming, LinkedIn, stuff like that. I haven't been actively in the market for a while, but one of the things I would do if I were you is just if you're 30, go through your existing network. So if you have LinkedIn, go through your list of LinkedIn connections and just think about every person on your LinkedIn list for 5 seconds and think, because it's probably some people who you know or have known years ago who are pretty cool people, and there's no good reason why you don't talk to them, and just find an excuse to just touch base with them and chat or comment on one of their things, just be noticed by them, and that will bump you up into their memory. And if you can casually bring up the fact that you're in the market for a job. So I think in my experience, going through your existing network, if someone refers to you to something, that's way more successful than anything else. And if you exhaust that, I think in this day and age, things that are in person, things that can't be faked with AI, or even just calling people and if you can find some excuse to call places and talk to them about trying to find openings that way, something other than the just spamming 1,000 applications on LinkedIn. Because that's, I mean, it's easy, but everyone's doing it. Let me see. Maybe it's because I don't return anything. Oh yeah, that's why. Pixel checksum 0x FFFFF says hello. How's it going? I didn't know that the management roles were more in demand than tech at the moment. That's good to know. That's something that I speculate. I don't necessarily know that that's true, but I would imagine. I'd imagine like anything that can generate more sales, because any company right now, like we're in a recession with the tariff stuff. Companies right now are not thinking like, how do we buy more employees? They'll like build this stuff for us. They're like, okay, how do we use our existing stuff to produce more? So if you can do, like I guess any kind of, I mean, if you look at honestly, in my opinion, my cynical opinion, a lot of like tech companies, they call themselves tech, but they're actually sales and marketing companies. And the proof I will give you of that is a lot of companies like, I haven't looked recently, but I remember, what was it, Slack or something like that, or a lot of these kind of companies that have like a basically simple product that they make money off of. If you look at the job listings, they'll have, of course, they have some engineers, but like 2/3 or more of their employees are sales, account managers, customer service. They're not engineering roles, which in my view tells me that the thing that makes, the company successful is the sales and marketing. It's having like a team of people that are calling people all day and interacting with customers and managing the accounts and keeping the customers happy. So that's not exactly what your expertise in, but I think in a time of decreased revenues, companies are going to be looking for just people who can make them more money. And I guess product management or product account management or something like that is going to be in that alley, or like sales. I don't know if you have any interest or expertise in sales, but if you can walk in there and be super excited and be like a used car salesman and be like, I'm gonna get you $100,000 in sales on the first day, then they'll be like, you're hired. I'd recommend using AI for coding when you understand the basics of coding, what global, etc. You can, if necessary, make changes to improve. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Message retracted. I'm new in programming, and I heard of a use for next loop property. It changed my life. A for loop next property. For loop for next loop property. That's excellent. You're well on your way to being an elite computer hacker. Now, if I could just get this message passing working. Being an IT technician is a pretty rough job. I only suggest it if you really love solving people's problems. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure which comment that's specifically in reference to, but like IT technician, I guess, could cover a lot of stuff. It sounds like a generic title, but depends what you're an IT technician for. Can you maybe explain how pipes work? I'm knowledge hungry. I have a video called how to use the mk FIFO command. So that talks about named pipes, which are probably not really what you want to learn. Named pipes, I don't really use named pipes much, but if you want a representation of them, that's there. Pipes. The whole point of pipes is if you just run a command, the output goes onto the terminal, but it's very common to. I can just show you, so I can type a bunch of stuff here. So that goes into the terminal. Maybe let me make that bigger. That goes onto the terminal, and then I can use this symbol, which is the pipe symbol, and that pipes it into another program called XXD. So if I do, or what I could even do, so I just read what's in this file, temp foo, I can also call the xxd command on that file, which I got the contents from echo, or I can just pipe it into xxd, so that takes the program, and instead of putting the output in a file, you just put the output into this, and then I can transform it. And I could even like pipe that into xxd. Yeah, actually, honestly, maybe you shouldn't check the video, because that's probably named pipes will probably confuse you. But as you can see, if I just output that gets printed to the terminal, and I print it, and then I put it in the hex editor. So now I can see it in hex, and that's hello world. And then if I pipe that into xxd again, now you've got the literal text from there, 48 is now showing me the hex representation of that. And you can also sort it if you want, pipe that into sort. So now, or it could be sort -r to reverse the lines. And then I could pipe that into xxd-r. Cannot seek backwards. Oh, okay. Head dash. Now I can get the first 100 bytes of it. Yeah, so there's like hundreds of commands. You can just pipe them into each other. Like the IT in a company, school that maintains network of all the stuff. Yeah, I would imagine that's not a. It's a good like first job, I think. They're different compared to Windows. Yeah, Linux is much more heavily oriented around the command line. I'd say there's a lot of, it depends on how you think, but in my opinion, Linux is more, the way a lot of stuff on Linux works is more oriented to how computer programmers think. Although having said that, some of the smartest programmers I know went to work at Microsoft on Windows, and they use Windows and really like it for some reason. Let's see. Oh yeah. Mike's to Serpins says, morning. How's it going? Let's see if this works. Nope. Oh yeah, that's why. would say everyone could use Linux when they can use Windows, for sure. I found the command line super useful. Sorry, I'm not native English speaking. Might write some typos. That's pretty good. I didn't get the impression that you weren't an English speaker from your previous messages. Let's see. So I think I'm deadlocked again. This is where having a debugger is actually useful. I should name these. I wish Windows pushed a bit to understand their command line like Linux does. Windows didn't even have a decent command line until PowerShell came around. And that was like relatively recently. They added sudo. Neat. Yeah, I'm out of date on Windows side. I haven't used it at all in years. And honestly, one of the things that I find difficult when I've gone back to Windows now is like basic principles about how a computer operates, about how I think a computer operates, are wrong. Basic facts about like file permanence and object permanence and stuff. In Linux, there's files, and then there's a couple of weird things like pipes and symbolic links and stuff like that. And every type of file is one of those files, but in Windows, I have no idea what kinds of exceptions exist. And then there's other stuff like the networked garbage they have, like how they try to upload everything to their cloud service, but if you shut off, was it OneDrive or something? If you shut off OneDrive, then it like moves the files, and you can end up, because of OneDrive, there's a case where you can like lose your files. If you're like trying to disable it because it moves your stuff around. PowerShell can be very cumbersome sometimes, mostly due to Windows. You need to run like 6 commands to do the equivalent of chmod. It's one big black box is how it feels. Yeah, and it's like there's no guarantees about anything. Like in Linux, there's the way something works, but in Windows, they can just push like whatever kind of garbage stuff, like whenever you try to access a file, they can just totally change. They could be, every time you open a file, they could just like show you ads, or like, do any random thing, or they could make like a setting. They could change the meaning of a setting on you, and then just not tell you. There's a guarantee you will wake up in the middle of the night, close everything for an update. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that is just it's becoming unusable. Ads in File Explorer is wild considering that it costs $100 for a license. Yeah. I think it's just, I think Microsoft has given up on Windows, and they're just like, they're going to put as much crap in as possible. I think they realize like Linux is becoming a bit more mainstream, and I think also the way people do computation is different. Like a lot of people are, like young people are growing up on mobile devices and touch devices and stuff. So like, in a way, like a desktop computer is almost like a niche application now. And I think also with AI now, I think they're like the kind of the Windows XP days of computation are over, and I think they know that. They're giving up on it all. Okay. Interesting take. I'd imagine most of the revenue comes from enterprise licensing anyways. Yeah, I would imagine, I think that's probably what their consideration is. They're like Windows as an operating, like the Windows XP days of computation are over. So like we're not going to have a monopoly on Windows forever. Like it's on its way out. So we might as well extract as much value from it as possible. And like I say, they not only they not care, I think they now consider users as like beta testers. So they basically just, instead of testing stuff, like they just probably fire all their QA, and they probably have like a sophisticated like progressive deployment system. So they know who has every piece of hardware, and they just like push out the updates. And then if you go offline, or if like the update, somehow you come back online and you rolled back your system, then they're like, oh, okay, that's a QA fail. Because some of the breakages now is like really, really awful. Like I had a family member had to fix their Windows computer, and they pushed an update that totally broke networking. So I had to like, copy network drivers onto a Ethernet drivers onto like a USB, and then load it on the computer that way. It's like you can't expect a random person, like an old granny, to figure out how to do that. How far along have you been working on this? How far along are you? I guess you probably don't mean today, but like overall, it's hard to answer that question because I worked on like almost nothing at all for like 6 months, and then so now I'm working on it every single day and doing a bit of streaming. So I have some other stuff I'm doing during the day, and then I switch back to this. In terms of how far along, right now I'm kind of going a bit overboard on doing trying to make the user interface nice, so then I can much more rapidly start adding features and feedback and stuff. And I don't know, I'd say like I kind of feel like maybe I'm about 50% done these major overhauls to the UI. Giving up is so final. This will not help them in the long term. I think probably they realize like the way that people use computers is changing, and I think they've probably looked at like competing systems and said, we don't really want to compete, so like we just want to extract as much money from this as possible, and we don't care if people stop using it. People still use Windows because it comes pre-installed on 99% of computers. The question though is like, I think people are buying less computers. It's becoming like I guess for university students and stuff, it's still pretty popular, but people are spending a lot more time now on other devices, like tablets and stuff. And I think we may be shifting toward a thing where like we have a thin client, and I'm sure that probably their vision of the future is something like you have this totally locked down system, and it's just like the only way you communicate with the computer is with AI. You just talk to the AI, and that's it. And there's no keyboard or anything. Now, whether that will stick, I don't know, but they're probably envisioning something like that and going to try to push it on people. Let me think. Why does this never get called? aunties will use Windows forever, but time goes by, and eventually all the aunties will die off. PC companies offered like so, then it would catch on more quickly. There's also Mac. I don't know what the distribution of Mac is, if that's eating in a Windows market share. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. And so evil if true, it's all about the almighty dollar, whatever makes money. I've been coding some project at work for the past year. It's taking so long that I wonder what I've been doing wrong. Project at work, a side project at home. Chat rate 2. I love to see that more and more coding streams coming up these days. It helped often a lot. It's a Mahjong engine and a client for playing it. Also a hand score calculator, which is actually up on the web now. It uses half-ton engine. Mahjong. That's like a tile game or something, if I remember correctly. Have you tried daily driving Emacs? I never tried. Never tried Emacs. I've tried Emacs, but never for any consistent amount of time. Interesting. Mahjong. I pronounced it wrong. It's a bit comical how complex the rules get. I love Emacs org mode. Simply better for taking notes. Helped me through high school. I need to learn it for XIV achievements, but I can't do it. I'm too dumb. Oh, you gotta just believe in yourself. This dream is so full of energy. I almost can't bear it. Extreme programming. Blocking queues, unblocking queues. Linked blocking DQs or deck. I don't know how to pronounce it. All right. Why is it not working? Trying to fix my home server, and it's just painful. One of the hard drives died. That's too bad. Hopefully you've got some redundancy. Sprint planning time. Let's see. So it seems to never. Seems to never actually run the open work thing. The open frame. So it must not be getting queued properly. I found a flat earther in Debian forums. Random. Just finished your fishing bot. I made a fishing bot for World of Warcraft back in the day. For a Stone Age old MMO, just for learning purposes. Okay. Just discovered something horrible. The YouTube like button randomly refuses to work after 1 or 2 videos on Firefox if I have ad block on. Random. Alright, that's not what I expected. YouTube uses 4 gigs of RAM if you have ad block enabled. I think I disabled my ad block because they, I guess it was in Chrome. they made it stop working. Can an NAS server fix the problem? You mentioned ads. I don't think a NAS is for like a network attached storage for storing data. That's interesting. They managed to get ad blocks working again. It's called uBlock Origin. Yeah, that was what I used historically, but then it stopped working, or they disabled it or something. Like recently, but I don't know. I just uninstalled it. PTW NASA's can now run end blocking for the whole internet. Oh, okay. I guess it depends how sophisticated your NAS is. Oh, maybe this thread is asleep. Okay, that there thread is blocked. Let me think. Oh man, I can't find my thread. Oh, we got a €5 super chat from Mike. I don't know how to pronounce it. MIKS Mix Serpens. Thank you very much for the €5 super chat. I'll try to pronounce your name better if you give me a hint. Maybe Win32 API. You'll have to join Discord servers. 'Cause... Oh, okay, that's probably the discussion. Yeah, I'm kind of ignoring the chat. I'm trying to get I'm gonna try and get this figured out before I go to bed. I wish I could. You know what? Let's just call that, and then let's change that so there's less threads to look through. Okay. Signal handler, standard input reader. Help menu. Map area. Inventory. I'm missing a thread. can't find the thread that I'm looking for. Is it this one? Oh, there it is. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. Okay, it's in the state running. It's trying to take something from the queue, but oh. Attempted explanation how to pronounce. See, like second part. Second part making Badam TSS. Not even. This sounds like a complex pronunciation guide. Rolled like hard R in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. Pins. Just say pinch. Pinch. Me kiss. Meeks. Meeks serpents. Meeks serpents. Is that close? Meeks serpents. Meeks serpents. Meeks serpents. Meeks serpents. All right, I'll try to remember that. Meeks serpents. That was a hard one. Now, if I could just figure out why this thread is not Well, it's doing whatever it's doing. Very strange. Robert AI is catching on. Yep, I'm learning every day, growing stronger. Soon I will achieve consciousness. So much you donate to Robert and call it Robert tariffs. I could also just start charging tariffs. Wasn't that for a while? You break it. You break it. Thank you so much. I'm not sure what that means, but so presumably the message got added. Let me think. So we're going to break points on this. But why doesn't it work? Okay, I guess what I'll do, I'll put a breakpoint in there. Are you saying you didn't have a good laugh for quite some time? World domination. Is this Pinky in the Brain related? No, just general ambitions for world domination. Standard. Need to win even against other people in tournaments, but yes, need to win, at least understand why I lose. All right, let's put a breakpoint there, and I'll do this. Interesting. Made a chess engine as a final project. It was quite fun. got some hellos in chat. Hello, everyone. I've been ignoring the chat for a while. I'm trying to debug. I got some a deadlock issue between trying to pass messages between threads, and I can't figure out the issue. It's also messing with my mind. I think this is the first time I've used using a stepping debugger to debug between threads. Because technically, I'm not actually 100% sure how it works. Because if I'm in one thread and I breakpoint, and then as I'm like stepping through, technically that breakpoint would be for that thread. So then every other thread could just progress as fast as it wants. And I'm not even sure if it like the thread selection I have in here, if that affects the breakpoint. I would assume it must, otherwise that wouldn't make any sense. So what I'll do, I think, is I'll let this run. Then we'll go into the work item queue, and we'll breakpoint on the take. So that's the input. Let's resume. So it puts the work item, and the take does never breakpoints. But maybe on the wrong thread, possibly. Oh, you know what? Let me do that again. So let's pause, and then we'll select So I put breakpoints there. And let's if I go to a different thread. There's still breakpoints. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to do this. Oh, that's why. The reason is because I don't send a message. I directly call this function on this class. So that means when I'm in, that kind of violates one of my conventions. So in this class, when I try to add the message back into the other thread's queue, the other thread, the console writer thread state class, is trying to block on itself again. So it's actually one of the same issues I had a few days ago. So the solution is to send a message instead of having the console writer thread state class call into the help menu state class. Because otherwise, if a thread tries to send a message to itself and then blocks on that, then it'll never process the message and respond. So that is the conclusion. So there's two things I'll probably do. I'll probably add a Oh, actually, you know what? I had the check that would have crashed it, I think. But I changed it. So that might give me an exception. Get this blocking. So this should crash, which is what I want. So instead of wasting 1 hour debugging a deadlock, it'll just crash and say, this is going to deadlock. Excellent. That's progress. All right, I think I'll call it a night. Another successful live stream. I guess I'll be back tomorrow. Later.